And we're back.
Look at those monsters!
That's right, monsters. So, we're starting a little earlier today. I want to do as much of this as possible. Like I'd mentioned previously, I was hoping to just, like, do this all week. But then the earlier parts of the week were really hot. I want to try and make up for it a little bit. And ideally today is going to be a longer stream. So we left off, I defeated the Crystal Sage, which was cool. Cool fight. I enjoyed it. So now we continue. Right, let's figure out where I want to go. So that blocked off during the fight, but up here wasn't. Right, there's nothing up here except broke. Okay. I do appreciate that different swords seem to have different scabbards. Like, it's not a touch that you'd really notice, and thus, like, wouldn't... Sarah, but I appreciate this. Ah, Twinkling Titanite. Ah, Twinkling Titan. Yes, this is a place. Now I just have to find my way back to that bonfire. Somewhere. Thinking about it, I don't think it will. Alright. Circle back around then and we'll start working out bottom. Oh, great. Everybody wants to join the party. Right, now let's try this again. Yep, I feel like I'm going to end up becoming quite reliant on this sword. It's frostbite. Anyway, you getting a little big for your britches. Anyway. Oh. So there's that which leads up a set of stairs. This pathway potentially goes in. Double check it. Yeah, this does go back to the... So we're going across the bridge. Like two-handing just never... It's possibly the shortest distance I've ever seen between bonfires. Cathedral. See about upgrading this sword then.
Ah, tisk, wasn't it?
And now I'll require 2 people. The scaling improving though with each upgrade is really... I feel like it's going to be worth holding on to the broadsword as well though, just...
Pretty big, I know.
Start clearing out the inventory. On the night shield. Better than this shield in every way. Odhric's shield is better than the night shield. Only 1.5 heavier though. Considerably better for good stability. I should start using it. Still pretty good. Probably shouldn't aim much heavy. Much bigger as a shield, then. Hello? You're interesting. A dual wielder? You're fast. Which you'd have to be, I suppose, dual wielding. Huh. Curious. Go talk to her, I guess.
Ah, how gracious. Passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
Everybody in these games always laugh. Seem like anything particular. Morningstar could have its use.
Ashen one.
But I'm more than likely going to stick with this sword and then switch to my other sword if I find something not good. This isn't good against. Alright. I didn't think. What's the D? Anyway. What's the pipe? They hit pretty hard. Stay. Knew I could hit something. Alright. I press on. Come on. Yep. Feeling there was another one. What was wrong? That's going to become a problem. The cemetery. Worshipping. Huh. Well, that was worth it. No, I think I'm gonna check the big door. Somebody just...
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own, please bear witness to our resolve. Fire for Ariandel. Fire for Ariandel. And the ash to kindle flame. Wait, you've the same scent as that woman. Then you must be an action one. You must be.
What they call me.
Oh, you don't know how long I've searched. Oh, oh, don't mind me. Didn't mean to fall apart. Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek. Ah, thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it. And then the ashes were too.
Well, I guess we'll find out whether or not this was a mistake.
Have you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend, for this is a true haven of the forlorn, the cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel. Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon. Yes, of course. You're no exception. We've all seen terrible things. But you're safe now. Let it ease your burden. Ariandel will make a fine home for you. So, go on ahead. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon. Quick,
Alright. Let me guess. Land is peaceful and its inhabitants are kind. Only the mighty may proceed. Yeah, I figured that when I realized this is probably the DLC area. Oh, good, I can go back. Out of that, because you couldn't just leave the painted world of Ariamis in the first. And he's gone. Alright. Well, we'll go back to that at some later point where I feel like I might be notched with. Again, useful. Notched whip's more useful than the regular whip because it causes bleeding, but even then, anything with any kind of armor. Good to know that that works. Definitely good to know that you can take them out before they start themselves aflame. That would explain why I was getting a bunch of souls every now and then a minute ago. Give this. Stretchy boy. It's crazy how many enemies I've been coming across now that inflict some kind of status build up with you. Why am I building up bleak? Shit, leak. It's still going. What's going on with these? Oh, that's a concern. Really hoping rolling in the water would get rid of them.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak then. Very well. Then touch the darkness, take nourishment.
Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of disparity, elucidated by
Farewell, Ashen One. May
Aye. What level am I at? 31. The stream disconnect. Odd thing, sometimes the stream just disconnects like that, and then it'll attempt to reconnect, and it'll only succeed on the 5th attempt. And it's done it often enough over the years that it's always the 5th one. That I really feel like it's coincidental. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is proceed through the graveyard. Yeah, there's the fat roll. And just keep them. You would think that theoretically there has to be an upper limit of how many zombies can spawn. Just from like a programming standpoint. And while that may be true, one of the things I remember really liking about the PS4 generation early on was with something like Shadow of Mordor, where the controls were simple enough that you could theoretically just hold out against an enemy horde forever, but they were capable of throwing such large numbers at you that you would get overwhelmed. And what I'm really saying is, going from that into this makes me consider they could potentially throw like over 100 of these things at me at once before it even starts to impact the frame rate. Potentially. Plus, then we take into account that FromSoft and their history of Dark Souls development has never really given a shit about the frame rate. And we start thinking it could get a lot worse. Maybe the whip would have been good for this. Oh, there's something. And he's doing the bleed build up, god damn it. Right. No, thank you. I definitely appreciate the frostbite. Okay, so that does run out event. Every single one of them is probably going to re-inflict. Is that going to be around every one of these things? Is that the same guy? Is that my friend now? I hope it is. Definitely not aiming at me, so that's nice. there at this tower. Crazy the dude can see so far away, but he can't shoot something, like, on the path. Bad feeling about going down there. I'll go the other way. That door's locked. Of course it doesn't. Gotta go underneath. To the catacomb. On the other side, open it from the... Idiot! Fair enough. There's a lot of screaming somewhere. Oof. Son of a bitch. Oh, it's quite a ways to go. I'm probably going to end up dying before I get those souls again. I feel like I should, like, make a written note. Pathways that I'm not taking. Just in case I forget about them and they end up being relevant pathways. I don't want to write. Alright, let's go get my stuff. Behind me, probably a grown. Has walked. Now I can go and get revenge. Just like it says in the Bible. Wonderful. You I saw a shadow or something. I feel like one thing that's been interesting about this game so far is that it feels like a Dark Souls game made for people who have played Dark. If you get what I'm saying. Which is why I keep expecting there will eventually be a bonfire that's a trap. Been doing so well watching out for it. Just two. I do not like that. No, no, no. You don't get to throw shit at me and then blow me up. I am probably super susceptible to fire right now. Kind of wild how hard everything's hitting. There's like a lot of enemies burn through a lot of my stamina. Like that was like a full half of my stamina. I'm like, yeah, it's clearly a big attack, but it's one they can do fairly regularly. But it's really increasing the value of dodging. Where did you come from? Cool off. Right, so what do we have up above? Hey, another big door. Gotcha. Alright, let's see if we can get inside. Wonderful. Okay. Oh. Bob. I'm a guest, and this is how they treat me. I mean, I guess though, since I'm uninvited, I guess you could argue I'm actually an invader. In which case, I am not beholden to the laws of Okay, so that's probably a shortcut. I don't know where this is. There we go. I didn't realize I had 14,000 souls.
Welcome, husband.
Don't have any more
Very
twinkling
well, then
sight, right?
take.
Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations.
Farewell, Ashen. May the
Still 5 attacks, but one more will probably get me to 6. She'll be good. Probably shouldn't put your feet in. Anyway, I think we're going to run an ad. Take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more Dark Souls 3 as we explore the Cathedral of the... And we're back.
Just a moment.
Yeah, let's go back in. Definitely a good turn to take. This is probably going to be the biggest thing I've killed. Okay, I get the picture, bye. Was that necessary? Yeah, because the giants in Dark Souls 2 are not that big.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
Dimitrescu gives you Shaun back.
What time? Come to me.
No. I guess I'm going past that giant. Oh, I got lucky there. I'd forgotten I was supposed to be looking out for the ceiling. How do I know to look out for them on the ceiling? Because I played Dark Souls. And like, yeah, I haven't done the depths in a long time because fuck the depths. Didn't mean I ever forgot. There when I came down though, sweet. I don't like any of what that. Yep, kinda figured that out. Definitely a good thing I went down the elevator before going in there. One of these elevators is going to have something to drop down below them. Sure of it. Oh, there it is. Good. This is a large room to have nothing. In any enemies. Oh, there you are. Sneaky bastard. Not even anything I can use. You were too obvious, buddy. Hmm. Alright. There I was showing respect by that. Go. Like that you stopped for that, buddy. Don't. Come on, fucking candlestick. Alright. Go again. So if I die, it won't be as much of an issue to get back. Those guys stay dead? I don't think you're a fair sport. You've at least dropped. Yep. Exactly where I thought it. I think it matters, it's clearly not. Oh, getting out. Yep, no, I respect. You are terrifying. Bye. Don't know where it came from. Not happy about any of it. Right, look, if you'll back up so I can get in the room, we'll actually fight. You like that? No. Oh, if that's the case. Not proud of that. Hmm. See what's in this room. No, you don't get to do a drop attack on me when I throw a firebomb at you. Fuck off. I feel like that's either gonna like immensely slow me down or it'll heavily corrode my equipment. Do something I don't. Buffed yourself. Okay, so this I've clearly raised for a reason. But the giant can't get over here, maybe? Really isn't to prevent me from getting. I feel like there's no point in even trying to look for these things. Every time I look up, I'm looking in the wrong direction. Ready to react. Yeah, there it is. Not gonna want to fight anything in full deep liquid like that. Oh, and a giant. Oh, there's another one. Third one over there. Just the two. Yeah. Place mostly has water strewn across the floor to begin with, but only where the giants are. Sludge. The blobs around in it. But there's another wall that raised at the switch. No, that's a piece. Maybe it's up top. Ah, wonderful. For all that roaming, I didn't actually kill that much. I've been here. Haven't. But I've been there. I feel like I should ring. Oh, none of that's working. don't feel like that led me to anything. Nothing there. We get the build bleed. The bleed build. Level, 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 level. I remember this. I think, like, the real value of... Yeah, you do, Spunk. I think the real value of upgrading this sword isn't just that it gets stronger with each upgrade, but that the scaling gets better with each upgrade. Every subsequent point into strength and dex is the damage I'm doing more. Four pieces of twin. How's it going? It's going pretty well. We haven't come across any bosses yet today. But we're making progress. We're in the... made it to Cathedral of the Deep. And I'm really just exploring the area. The Crystal Sage. At the end of last session, I defeated the Crystal Sage. Crystal Art. It was an interesting fight. And I managed to get it second try. Alright, gonna do this, let's go. Alright, if you want to be a coward. Okay. Perfect. I'm not going over there until I find a rusted iron ring or equivalent. Back up there might not be. How you doing, Spunk? Oh, I'm just going in raw. It's my first playthrough. I haven't done the game before. So I'm really just jumping in and taking it as it comes. Chilling? Excellent. So far, I am enjoying this more than Dark Souls 2. Probably not worth it to go past that again. We looked at it yesterday, like when it was that I did it, because I did Dark Souls 2 for the first time on stream. And turns out it was 2019. I thought it was 2020, turns out it was 2019. And I really didn't enjoy it, and it put me off playing more of Dark Souls. But here we are, back again to wrap up Dark Souls, really. Better or worse. And we'll see if I end up enjoying this more than anything, or if I really am just not into Souls anymore. I'm not even as big into Dark Souls 1 as I was in back in the day. Very safe in terms of weird shit. I think it's had some interesting weird shit though. So, like a weird giant spider monster just in that room there. But I think, like, maybe that's what I'm after. Like, the core of it's the same, but the experience is a little different, maybe. Because there were elements of Dark Souls 2 that I did enjoy, but overall, I felt like the package itself was very flawed. But I know it's a divisive game, generally. I know some people who really love it. Think Dark Souls 3 is a lot weaker. Some people who think Dark Souls is a lot closer to what Dark Souls 1 is and thus holds up better. Oh yeah? I do have Elden Ring, and I don't know how into it I'll end up being. Largely because I am not really that into open world games anymore. I have a friend who I've done some co-streams with in the past, who I've been like talking about the idea of doing Elden Ring co-op with them on a first playthrough. Possibly on stream, maybe not. And if they end up being available for it. I think, like, the open world setting itself, it's always a hard sell for. So I think for a Souls idea, it's a great idea. I just don't think I will be open to it. Really hoping the drop was shorter than that. You haven't really played linear. Yeah, I get that. I played a little of it. And it did feel like more Souls. Better or worse? No, the other way. But I also think, like, just to hold my own interest, like, getting a friend to get it on PC and then just playing it co-op with the seamless co-op mod, I think will be just more interesting. Otherwise, I'm probably likely to never really go through it. Let's go get my stuff back. I think if I come back and do... Yeah, seamless co-op seems like a really cool idea. My buddy Clem, who you've probably seen a few times, I've spoken to him a few times about the possible idea of Dark Souls 1 seamless co-op, because we've both done Dark Souls a bunch. I think it'd be the best way to liven up that idea. But again, that's because we both know Dark Souls 1. A friend I've spoken to about the idea of doing Elden Ring with would specifically be that friend because neither of us have done Elden Ring. I've had experiences in the past with friends where, like, particularly with Bloodborne, I've played co-op with friends on Bloodborne, and they've been through Bloodborne times, and I haven't. And the experience with that always ends up being there, essentially just dragging you. And it's less interesting to experience. Too early. Yeah, because they're essentially, like, they're dragging you through the game, they're doing basically everything for you, they're telling you, we need to go this way, we need to do this and that. And you don't end up feeling like you're really even experiencing the game. So I think either you both know the game, or neither of you is the best way to do that kind of thing. So, like, the idea of doing Dark Souls 1 with Clem, because we've both done it. The idea of doing Elden Ring with another friend, because neither of us have done it. Not moving at all. But I think, like, most likely, if I do come back and do another Souls game, most likely it'll be Demon Souls after this. Anything up. Which, like, I played Demon Souls once. Is it so ago now? When I borrowed it from a friend, and I didn't enjoy it, and I gave it back, so I was like... I have both versions of Demon's Souls. I have the original PS3 version and the version now. And I don't know which version I would go for. Because, like, in my head, I'm like, do the original. That way you can then later do the remake. But there's also the question, like, would I even do the remake after doing the original? And if I'm only going to do it once, the remake? Is it? Does that do better? That work? Looks like it's rough. Yeah. What about that? Is that better? We get that better? It looks like it's doing better. It'll be the noise gate. Yeah, it looks like it's picking it up. I appreciate you letting me know, Spunk. I thought I'd gotten the noise gate issues sorted. Because, like, it's great for not letting in all the, extra audio. Because, like, let me show you what it's like if I turn the filters I have for the microphone off. And then this is just what it's like. And it's rougher. And you get, like, a lot more of the ambient audio. It's like you want it to be a little cleaner that way. Where am I going? But streaming is basically always a learning experience, I think. 7 years in, still sometimes issues. And part of it, like, it's kind of frustrating exactly how many things there is involved in getting, like, the perfect crisp audio. Part of it is, like, your microphone setup, the pop filter on it, the way that your software is set up, the additional filters you put on top of it, because, like, the better microphone you get, it's also going to end up picking up more. So then you need the software on top of it. And then it's also stuff like, oh, you should probably have, like, noise absorbing, like, panels on your wall around it. It's like, it never really ends. It frustrates me a little though, like, I think the audio as it is on my stream now mostly sounds, like, decent enough. Not too loud, not too quiet. I aim generally for things to come across louder on the stream than quieter, with the idea of if it's too loud, you can turn it down yourself. But if the stream's too quiet, you can't turn it up more than a certain amount. So it gives you more options as a viewer. And then there's stuff like when I guest in, like, Teak's stream. Every now and then I'll guest in Teak's stream, and because Teak captures my mic audio through his Discord, And because it doesn't have like all my settings on there that I have for my stream, it always sounds way worse when I'm on Seek stream. I already killed that guy. Right. Everything's a learning process. Thank you, Spunk. I appreciate that. It took me a while to get there. No, going back up there will take me back to where I entered. It's like that giant there, that's the one that tried to punch me. It's up there, and I would go back around up to there, which will take me back to the area where I went up the elevator before. It's where I started. I actually came down through there, round there, down here, to here, through this door over here, that let me get back to the bonfire I was at. Having done that, that's all a dead end there now. I really hope the goal isn't up those stairs. But yeah, every progression of the stream, like trying to make it a little better in some form or fashion. Like, I have the game within a border now, which is something that only started last year. Because, like, 4x3 games is simple enough, like... 4x3 games. Here I am. There's the chat above me. And then the game is to the side. 16:9, it was kind of impossible to not be blocking up part of the screen. So every time I was doing a 16:9 game, it was like, okay, how do I do it without covering important information? Like, okay, put the camera in a corner, it's the best idea. I want to cover as little of the game as possible. And last year I finally ended up just doing this idea of the game within a border, and then the stream stuff itself is outside of it. And I think it works out for the most part. Like, you can see the game, nothing about the stream blocks any of the game information, which is good. No! I am not trying to do that. Not when I can barely move. Was that necessary? And there's more of them now. See, I'm mostly happy with the way the game is at the minute. Sometimes it's a bit of a pain, I think. Trying to find images for the bottom in particular. I thought about the idea of, like, commissioning just a piece of artwork for me to just go on the bottom, and I haven't done it. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go through them. It's gonna be risky. That is the fastest I can move. I took less damage than I expected. This is absolutely a trap setup. You can't even say hello first. Oh no. I didn't realize the one sat down was an armored dude. You don't have a shield. Fuck. There are several things I could have probably done better. Yeah, but I should have been able to deal with the giant sword. A shield is harder for me to deal with than an enemy. We'll get him this time. Alright, come on. You follow me everywhere. Alright. Don't even bother with the blobs this time. Where the fuck did you come from? What the hell was that? The important thing, though, is knowing that there's a big guy with the armor and the tower shield there. I definitely need him dead before I take on the sword guy. Plus, also knowing that that's an armored guy, I think I can take him in 5 hits. 5-hit combo I have. Do you want to do this? Alright. Alright. Honestly, I didn't warn you. See how rude that was? getting me with that delayed swing. Give me a harder fight than I expected him to. Thank you, Spawn. Yeah. Something I've really started to notice with this game. The shield is less useful than I would like it to be. Thanks, Kit. Because while the shield will block attacks, a lot of enemies are doing big stamina damage. Even with this shield, which is the best shield I've found so far. Which has a stability of 54. Shield's completely useless. Oof. That's worrying, because when I played that, I was trying to approach it like it was Dark Souls. It's like the shield is useful in a pinch, but I found dodging undeniably more useful. That's the first fog wall I've seen. Yeah, just because everything does so much stamina damage. Don't get me wrong, I like that it's faster. At some point I will probably want to see about getting lighter armor. Is where I think it is. Yeah, at some point I'll probably want to see about getting lighter armor for a faster roll. It was something I actually really appreciated about Code Vein. How fast that ended up being. Sigvard! Hello.
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Cathedral.
You not Sigvard?
I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure? Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed.
I have a bad feeling this is going to be patches. It's always his game. I'll start walking across there, he'll lower this bridge or knock me off or something.
Just hold your horses a moment. I know. Treasure is so sorely tempting.
It doesn't sound like any other Cathedral I've met.
Just hold your horses a moment. I know.
Well, if we don't do this, we're never going to get anywhere. There it is.
Shame on you, you greedy guts.
Yep. Patches.
Thought you could outwit an onion. Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
Christ, when did he get there? That's right, go back. Yeah, like I suspected, it was Patches. It was obvious enough. Now we'll go back up there. Good thing I opened that other door, though, before I did that, so we don't have to go past the giant again. I know Patches is always voiced by the same guy, so if I remembered what Patches sound like, I would have clocked it immediately. I just didn't remember what Patches sounded like. But I was suspicious enough. A Knight of Cassarina 1 not giving his or her name. And the felt exaggerated.
Welcome home, speak very well, then taken.
Fun trick though, try to keep it fresh with the way Patches rolls.
Farewell, Ashen
Bye.
One. May the
+2. I'd forgotten for a second that I got that. Alright, we'll go back up and we'll deal with him. And it's one of those things as well, like, even if you know something is suspicious, if you don't take the bait, you'll never get anywhere. Like in Dark Souls 1, if you don't look into the pit that Patches tells you to look into, you'll never find... I don't remember what her name is. The woman. The woman who appears at Firelink Shrine with the group. Cleric woman. But I think we're going to run an ad real quick. Do a BRB, and then we'll come back and have a word with Patches.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets!
Yeah, I'll say that to him before I kill him. And we're back. That's right. Wonderful. Anyway. Patches. Let's go and deal with him. To shit that he is. I don't remember where Patches was in Dark Souls. I don't need fire bombs equipped, but I'm gonna keep them equipped just in case. The fastest way back. I think it is probably going past that giant again. No, I'm going through the pathway in my head. Just dash through the graveyard and then we're back at the big entrance. Alright. Alright. Thanks, Kit. Thanks, Kit. You fucking piece of shit. Go with a stick entirely. All the way to do it. Alright. No touching the goods. Yeah, and there's the entrance right there. Didn't realise it was still turned around. Didn't think I'd get the backstab though. Huh? If I wasn't so attached to my shield, I would be genuinely considering some of these twin blade weapons I've been getting. Pretty high dex requirement. Bleeding, you say? Alright. The real question I have with this whole thing is how did he even raise and lower this barrier? Because that barrier wasn't raised when I came up here the first time. I came up, I got across there, came up, and it wasn't raised when I was down there, and then it was raised when I came up here. And then he lowered it somehow? Where's the switch? Hmm. No doubt we'll see him again. Alright, while we're here, check out what was in there. I had a bad feeling about this and decided I wasn't going to go down there. Is it a shortcut? Where am I? Alright. Alright. Well, I didn't go this way. Goddamn leech monsters. Alright. Clean Titanite. Wonderful. Alright, I know where I am. Another side area. I think I'm gonna try killing this thing. Well, that went better than the first time. First time it took me 2 tries. I don't even have to roll through, just walk through the crystals. What just happened to my seconds? My system all right? Okay. Looks it. Alright. So now I'm genuinely unsure about which direction is progress. Let's go back and level up.
Welcome home, speak. Very well, then take.
Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of prosperity, elusive.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Aye. Okay, so that's clearly what the fat Dimitresques have been throwing at me. Alright, I have a thought. Given how long their build bleed up lasts, I don't think it's worth fighting them. Right. So let's see if there's another pathway through this door. Looked over there, and the bridge is gone. There was the fog wall. I knew I'd forgotten something else. Alright. Can I get up there without aggroing everybody? Ick. Sure? Sure you want to do this? Wish it won't end well for you. Told you. Ick. Yeah. So this is the first fog wall in the game I've come across that hasn't popped up after I've already started fighting a boss. Gotcha. Something's in. This would be a good opportunity for the halberd, honestly. Nope, I forgot that it makes me fat roll. I saw what it is. So I'm killing them, but their health isn't going down. What's the catch? Killing the red one did make that health go down. Am I still removing options for the red one if I kill the others? This is the most appropriate question. I am not, because more are spawning in. Gotcha. Alright. These are the things we do. We learn. We observe, we learn, and if we're lucky, we manage to take things out first time. not possess a pre-existing one? No, you don't. You only create new. Well, that's different. Don't worry, Clem. I'm gonna destroy the band Ghost. See, I'm killing Papa. Tell Ali what I did here today. Tell her the band Ghost no longer exists because I killed the lead singer. First try, too. Is there somewhere else to go in here? How you doing, Clem? And now they're mid-music. The gimmick makes it tricky, yeah. Figuring out the gimmick was interesting. I love figuring things out like that. So, okay, I'm killing them and the health isn't going down. What am I doing wrong? Okay, there's the red one. Kill him. The health did go down. Alright. Do I have to keep killing him specifically, or do I have to, like, is it better if I thin the herd? No, thinning the herd doesn't matter because more will keep spawning in. Okay, focus on the main guy. And it's like, okay, kill him. Will he jump into a pre-existing member of the herd? No, always spawns a new guy to possess. And then from there, it's like, okay, keep hitting them.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak that. Very well, then taken.
That was my thought process.
Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Okay, so was that throne occupied earlier? Hello.
Oh, and we meet again. We spoke before on the Road of Sacrifices. Anri of a story.
Excellent.
I'm well pleased to see you safe. We reached the Cathedral of the Deep, but Aldrich's coffin was empty. The man-eater must have left for his true home. The little doll in the empty coffin told me. Aldrich is said to hail from Irithil in the Boreal Valley, an ancient fabled city. A pilgrim told me that the city lies beyond Farron Keep, and so becomes our destination. Aldrich's honest home is Irithil in the Boreal Valley, an ancient fabled city. A pilgrim told me that the city lies beyond Farron Keep, and so becomes our
But there's a body in that throne now. Woodlith the Exile. Was he always here?
All that unkindled, and a seeker of lords. I am Ludlith of Corland. Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming the Lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred corpse. This sad cadaver, no need to be coy. Have a closer look. Listen, this might pique thine interest. Before I was a Lord of Cinder, I was a student of transposition, the process of extracting and coalescing the essence of a soul. A forbidden art that once left a foul stain upon Corland's honor. 'Tis an art that grants powers once thought unattainable. Most transposing kilns were lost with Corland, but this place is a crossing for all manner of cursed objects. If thou happenst upon a transposing kiln, bring it to me, quick. Listen, before I do a forbidden art.
Alright. Yeah, maybe. Look at how well he just blends in. Oh, Firelink is always at the bottom. I just keep going back to here.
Welcome, Husband. Ashen One, to be unkissed, sovereignless. I will Ashen. Farewell,
So where to now?
Aldrich's honest home is Irith, and so...
Guess we'll travel back and take a look. Also, since I have the decks for it, let's take a look real quick at the Twin Blade. I could definitely see value in them. Especially because you can wield them with one. And then your two-handed is just individual hands. Wild that they scale so poorly with decks, though. Okay, cool. I've now figured out how to do stances. Now I'm the lead singer of the band Ghost. Let Ali know. Right, Clem, take a screen grab of it. And send it to Ali. Tell her I'm now the lead singer of the band Ghost. Excellent, thank you. God damn it, Clem. and we'll stand here and be like, now I'm the lead singer of the band Ghost. And there's the body of the old papa behind me. You've got it? Excellent. Yeah, it was a fun boss fight. The mechanics of it were interesting, and then figuring them out. It's the figuring out that I enjoy the most, I think. Did you get the screen grab and send it to Ali? Me standing over the corpse of Papa V. Working on cropping it. Very good, Clem. This is something I appreciate. As for what sword I've got here, you know what sword this is. I was messing around with it last time, a little bit, and the frostbite effects proved to be very useful very quickly. So I've stuck with it. I found Twinkling Titanite, I started upgrading it. Yeah, I appreciate letting me discover these things. Plus, it kind of evens up the playing field, given how many enemies have had, like, bleed. It's bleed in particular. So many enemies I've come across already have had so much bleed potential. Crazy. Boys, if you want to fight me, come over here. Good. Appreciate it. Oh. I'm gonna wear it because it's ugly. But, How you doing, Clem? Clem. Clemity. Limbo. Hail to the king, baby. Is that a good picture of me? It's not the worst picture of me I've seen. Right. But I am still eluded by progress. Was it that switch? Gotten in dealing with bamboo. Were you using a machete? Did that switch raise it and I didn't even realise? Oh, it wasn't that switch. A pruner thing. Pruner. Pruner. Not like a hand pruner, like a scythe. I have a scythe. I put the scythe in the box. Long handles, works like big crushers. You mean shears? Like gardening shears? You mean like Scissor Man? Then when are you going to stream Clock Tower? When am I going to stream Haunting Ground? Big handles, short blades. Uh-huh, uh-huh. So you got a picture of them? Did you get a name for them, though? The one on the right. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of handle for not a lot of blade. I imagine the pressure you exert on that is all like pretty high then, and it cuts through things pretty easily. Whoppers. Doesn't sound like a real thing. Get good cuts? Didn't realize I can just sell shit.
Ashen One, be sure.
May need to succumb, just get professional, remove the bamboo, travel in places, no property. Yeah. Maybe too much handle routine. Yeah, bamboo grows like a fucking weed, doesn't it? Like, grows remarkably quickly. Supposedly so quickly that you can, like, literally see it growing. Yeah, I heard it was, I think Vietnam. One of the Vietnamese methods of torture, maybe? String somebody up and just, like, plant bamboo beneath them. And it just grows into them. May not have been Vietnamese. Like, I'm sure it's somewhere in Southeast Asia. Lifting of rockets under them. Now imagine what it'll do to flesh. Yeah, I saw the way into that tower earlier. Methods of torture fascinate me. Yeah, bamboo spikes and shit. Horrifying. Ah, here we go. Bamboo spikes and shit, covered in feces. Horrifyingly effective. Yeah, methods of torture fascinate me. Just like the mindset of like what can come up with, what kind of people can come up with these things. The horrors of man on man. That and like just how effective you can be with like nothing. It's like, yeah, just sharpen some bamboo sticks, cover them in feces, and chances are anybody who falls onto these bamboo spikes is now going to be dead. And it will not be pleasant or quick. If they're lucky, it'll be quick. Probably won't be quick. We're so much more fragile than we really realise. I wonder what value a Firekeeper soul has in this game. Because it's the undead bone shards that improve the Estus healing. So I wonder what value the Firekeeper soul has. And I can't seem to find it in my inventory. Oh, there it is. Hmm. Not a bad idea. Who are you? Everything's fucking bleed in this game. Alright, not gonna mess around this time to kill him. Ah, my old friend, the samurai. I will transport you to a future where everything is cool. Go down there and murder his ass. But you know what the trouble is? I tried to be fancy by doing my own stance, now that I know how to do it, and it was absolutely a mistake. Wonder how I could get that. Oh, the Uchigatana. The fallback weapon of Dark Souls 1. Yep, still has its low durability. Anything else up here? I don't think there is. Alright, let's talk to the Firekeeper then, see if she can do anything with this soul. You have anything positive to say yet?
What a sick... Asking us to seek...
Welcome home, speak. Ashen One, this is much like what lies within me. Then let it find its own place within my bosom. She will understand. We are both Firekeepers after all. Forgive me, sister.
Cool, I don't know what the Dark Sigil is.
May the flames guide thy way.
I have no Dark Sigil. Right.
Ashen One, to be sovereign. I'm Ashen. Farewell, Ashen.
I'll probably appreciate that later, though. Alright, we'll be here, Clem. I'm planning to go for a while today anyway. We're already done over 3 hours. Just have to figure out where I'm going. Explore more of Crucifixion Woods, I guess. Alright, we have an ad in 15 minutes. I think we'll run it now. I think generally the smart thing to do with Dark Souls is when you get the opportunity within probably like half an hour of the ad break, run the ad break so it's not going to come up during an inopportune moment. So I think we'll do it now. And then we'll explore Crucifixion Woods with more time before the next ad. So we'll be right back to explore Crucifixion Woods. And we're back.
What's gonna happen to us?
Hopefully we won't be killed by giant crabs. While I'm thinking about it, hopefully we won't be killed by small crabs either. I'm surprised we're going back here now. Because I'm like, oh, maybe the pathway forward is over there past the crabs. But it's also a real shame that we're doing the crab area again, and Chance still isn't here to appreciate the crabs. I'll have to tell him about Dark Souls 3 and its crabs. That'll finally convince him to play Dark Souls. Because Chance, at this point, was several years ago now. Like, Chance was playing through... He was doing a thing of playing through games with music composed by Motoi Sakuraba. Which is why he did Bates and Kaitos. Which was honestly kind of a fascinating game. Oh shit! That was necessary. Yeah, Bates and Kaitos was a fascinating game to watch. Not a game I've ever really been interested in playing because it's a deck builder RPG. Which, like, the GameCube has like 10 JRPGs. And, like, I think 6 of them are card-based battle systems. I don't like card-based battle systems. Like, what is this? Bates and Kaitos Origin. Lost Kingdoms 2. Skies of Arcadia, Legends, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. There's the 2 Mega Man RPGs. Network Transmission is a battle network game, technically, so that I think that'll be card-based. There's 5 card-based RPGs. It's wild, like, so few. It's not like card-based battle systems and RPGs are, like, super common. But so many of the GameCube RPGs being that, wild. Very impressive. Did you just punch me? curved greatsword. One of the watchdogs of Farron, which means this has to be the right direction. So that's good to know. The sound of that. What if this is what leads me down here? This isn't a keep, this is a swamp. This is a swamp. I want to do a swamp. Real quick, let's check out the grass crest shield. Yep, same as it ever was. I don't have anything with poison build up. Guess I'm just not gonna have a good time here. Extinguish 3 flames, open the door to Wolf's Blood. More than 3 fires. Look, if you want to fight me, you have to get out of the swamp. forgotten that I got that. $25, $27. $8, 136. 64. 9. 64 is the 68. Oh, I can't just walk to them to extinguish them. I do not like the look of that. Well, that didn't work. They always look like they're gonna explode like that. Worth it. Oh, you guys want to go? That message at the start has me thinking missing something. Extinguish the flame. No. Well, might as well keep going. It ain't building back up and I can't get rid of it. I thought you looked like something to do with the abyss. Yep. Knew there'd be a poison swamp sometime. You just always kind of hope that, like, this isn't the day you'll run across it. But it was going to happen sooner or later. You want to live and let live? Nope. Alright. Now we're going to get nasty. Just in time. We're about to turn nasty. Okay, so I went over there and then around. So if we can do this without getting poisoned, great. I don't expect. Go. Yep. Should be over there. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. awful creature. Welcome back, Clem. You were just in time. About to turn nasty. Yeah, those things suck. I think the strategy for them is going to be dodge, hit. I'm dressed for poison resistance. Yeah, I equipped it for poison resistance. Plus this mask that I found. I was hoping that I'd end up with a lighter roll where I'm currently at. 46.8%. But I haven't. Feel better about yourself? Shouldn't. I'm sorry, I thought he was you. Yeah, extinguish 3 flames to open door to Wolf's Pool. I just have to figure out what that means. Okay, I've figured out what that means. Alright, and that also explains how I'll find the next two. I don't know where that is, but I know I'm gonna hate it. Alright. So I look for the flaming towers. Got it. It was important that we learned this. So they're only dangerous if they get the drop on me. Yeah, because I was looking at these flames as we were entering, and like, are these what they're talking about? There's more than 3 of them. Do I just have to put out 3? How do I put them out? And then I just kept going. No, it's too deep. Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep above in my head. Let's go level up. Yeah, I found out I was right and that I did want to keep going through Crucifixion Woods. Just go past the crabs. And like, Chance was here during the first stream. I know he hasn't been here during session 2 or session 3. And now we'll probably never see the crabs again.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
And I'm probably going to make fun of him for that.
Very well, then take...
One more in endurance, and that should get me the 6 combo.
Farewell, Ashen Maid.
There's a little bit more. How much do I need?
Welcome, husband. Very well, then take...
Let me just write the number down. 9064.
Farewell, Ashen Maid.
I hope I have enough to build up to that. Oh. There we go.
Welcome home, speak. Very well, then take no.
And another point in strength. No, vitality, yeah. I feel like I've been neglecting vitality because I'm like, oh yeah, more health, more stamina, and more damage, and then I'm forgetting that, like, oh yeah, defense would probably be good. Defense. Yeah, let's go. Over there. Just look to the sky for the fire. What am I trying to build? Dex strength? Well, this weapon I've got scales for dex and strength. So I'm prioritizing strength while adding dex to it. It's weird that this requires more dex than strength, but it scales worse with dex. But I don't plan these things, really. I go into it and I just do what feels right in the moment. And it has never failed me yet. Yeah, this sword came with the ice. This is too deep. Yeah, this sword came with ice. And this is just the scaling it had. The scaling's gotten better since I upgraded it, though. It was originally D on both strength and... Ah, fuck. It was originally D on both strength and dex. Would there be less of you guys? I'd appreciate it. I would consider it a personal favour. I see you have chosen violence. Oh, move. Yep, big fake titty eyes. Just like Kumi and Kotaki in Ocarina of Time. Why's the water so deep over here? No, I'm making fun because their eyes look terrible. They're all big and bulbous and they look like titties on their heads. And then they fuse together and become like a sexy tall woman. It's I don't think this area needed poison and curse. Yeah, I like that Swim Rover gets that little bit of personality. And, like, it makes sense to give her that, given that she's, like, one of the only humanoid bosses in the game. Two. I'm gonna play Zelda again soon. Like I say, I think, like, with summer fast approaching, I don't want to be playing these games that require, like, such intense focus while I'm sat here miserable and sweating and, like, gripping the controller really fucking tightly. So I'm like, you know, what about Zelda? I've got, like, 4 recomps that I want to play through anyway, especially now that the, I don't want to go over there. Especially now that the Twilight Princess recomp is out. I'm like, yeah, I want to play that. So it's like, yeah, why not? Like, do like a Summer of Zelda thing for Sundays. Oh, there's one right in front of me. I don't think they're friendly. Zelda plans, probably start from A Link to the Past and just keep going. The real question, like, I was debating starting with Zelda 1. And, like, do Zelda 1. And if I do Zelda 1, I am kind of obligated to do Zelda 2. Which I'm not overly against. The reason I don't want to do Zelda 2 on stream is not the reason you think. It's not because it's difficult. I say as I'm sat here playing Dark Souls 3. It's because it's just, there's the grinding required, and it becomes kind of really tedious to deal with. Yeah. So, like, I'm not going to do Zelda 1 then, or Zelda 2. I'll do A Link to the Past. Link to the Past I've done before, and I've proven I can do it in under 3 hours, to my own satisfaction. So that's a single session. I actually played through A Link to the Past earlier this year for the first time in quite a while. It used to be a game I'd do for myself, like, several times a year. And that just kind of stopped. So I was a little out of practice when playing through it again for myself, like, recently. We don't have to fight. I'm glad we all saw that together. Like, that was really fucking stupid. Welcome in, 1312. But yeah, so A Link to the Past. Ship of Harkinian. Ship 2 Harkinian. I can either see about using Simu for Wind Waker HD or just do GameCube Wind Waker. I've not set up my Wii U again. Like I was talking about possibly doing. Esther Soup. I think, like... Of all the Zelda games, though, that I'm willing to do, the one I'm least looking forward to doing again is Wind Waker. That'll give me some direction. Yeah, like, we all expected sooner or later that Twilight Princess HD, Wind Waker HD would get Switch ports. And then for the Switch 2 to come out and the announcement, like, we're putting GameCube games on Switch 2. Wind Waker's going to be one of the first, and it was like, really? Like, you're not just going to port the HD versions that are undeniably the better experience? The rumours were there for years, because they made sense. Like, especially with all the other Wii U ports that happened. They really do. You can't predict what Nintendo will do. Yeah, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, which we're already playing through completely for the first time. I think the main reason to set up my Wii U would be for convenient DS streaming. Because I have Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks on the Wii U Virtual Console. Sure, I saw it somewhere. Minish Cap. Maybe the Oracle games. I have the recomp of Link's Awakening as well. I don't think there would be any point in remaking Ocarina of Time, but like I say, you cannot predict what Nintendo will do. Minish Cap. If I'm feeling spicy, potentially the Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past. Link Between Worlds, definitely. Like, I really want to show that to Clem. Because I'm like, Clem, you should play a Link Between Worlds. And I would probably happily not play anything past that. That's true, you are, Clem. Good work. I climbed up this hoping I would get a better look around and see where the other tower was. So they're tall enough that I should see them clearly. There it is. Yeah, the Switch 2 launch is probably like the weakest launch lineup Nintendo has had in a long time. It's like, hey, what do you got? Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. And I don't think Donkey Kong was actually available at launch. It was launch window, but I don't think it was launch. Yeah, I remember trying to remember like the way I felt during the time, because that'll give me a better idea of what it was. Yeah, because I remember saying on the Discord, like, it feels like the launch of the Switch 2 has been rushed. because there is only one first-party Nintendo game available at launch. And it was Mario Kart of all things. And like, it could be the best Mario Kart game ever. It really wouldn't matter, because if you're buying a new system and you're getting one game for it, would you really want it to be a racing game? Like, regardless of how good it is. Well, like, here we are over a year later. Okay, best one Switch game. I think it makes sense to bring one out later, not to have it be the only thing you have at launch. There we go. And... like, there was that, and there were Switch 2 editions of Switch games. And it's like, cool, what's that? Oh, you can pay to have your Switch games benefit from improved performance and resolution. It's like, I'm sorry, fucking what? Yeah, you can pay for Breath of the Wild, a Switch launch game that was 8 years old at the time of the Switch 2's launch, to finally have a decent frame rate. Yeah, how about you suck shit, Nintendo? Third-party support is better than Nintendo have had in previous generations. Like, absolutely agree with that. Because, like, it's an undeniable fact the Switch sold a ridiculous amount, and anybody who is not putting their games on Switch is leaving money on the table. I think we'll get a new Mario game, like a new big Mario game, before we get a new big Zelda. I mean, we did just, like, not that long ago get 2 Zelda games with Tears of the Kingdom and Echoes of Wisdom. And, like, regardless of opinions on them, like, we're definitely at the point where Zelda games do not come out yearly anymore. So the Switch 2, I think, just remains a port machine. Yeah, I'm surprised the Donkey Kong game came out so soon after launch and wasn't just at launch. But, like, Donkey Kong has had 3D platformers before. It's just been such a long time since he'd had a 3D platformer. It's like Donkey Kong platform is just there. Like, Donkey Kong Country. From Donkey Kong Country onwards, Donkey Kong's had a fairly rich history of platformers. It's just that there'd only been one 3D platformer, Donkey Kong, before that, and that was 64. Oh, there's where I'm going. And, like, I've not seen anything of it, because I don't care. I'm not buying a Switch 2 for a long time. But I've heard it does enough to set itself apart from being Mario. But the Zelda stuff, especially since they do the open world Breath of the Wild style now, and that seems to be their main thing. Oh, excellent. Like, consider how long it was between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and then also consider how much of Tears of the Kingdom was Breath of the Wild again. But beyond anything else, there's so much wrong with the Switch 2, conceptually, that I'm like, people shouldn't be buying into this. The Switch 1 had the same issues. It's like, it's such a badly designed piece of hardware for the sake of being a console handheld hybrid. And so, like, you buy the system and the controllers you get are the Joy-Cons, and the Joy-Cons are fucking awful. And they're designed that way purposely. Here's the Joy-Con. Here is a Joy-Con. It is a garbage controller for the sake of it being able to split into two. And, like, even with it split into two, the analog stick is too far in. And the buttons are still on the side. And then you have the opposite problem on the other one, where the analog stick is reasonably placed and the buttons are too far in. The sticks are prone to drift, which they shouldn't be for how much they fucking cost. The repair issue. But beyond anything else, awful controllers. They're what you get with the system. And they're expensive and they're prone to drift and blah blah blah. You're given a little grip to slide them into to make them more akin to a regular controller. It's still ergonomically poor. So if you want to play the Switch or the Switch 2 in handheld mode, you're either uncomfortable or you're buying accessories for it. Like, here's my Switch. Here is my OLED Switch. The Mario one. And I have a grip on it. Because without the grip, it is just a flat piece, quite large, that is too heavy to comfortably hold for an extended period without any kind of ergonomic grips. Do I have a grip on it? Wouldn't fit on the Switch 2 because it's larger. So that's another grip you're going to have to buy for the Switch 2 if you want to use it. It only supports a very specific kind of micro SD card. The micro SD Express cards, I believe, which not a fan of. You can't just use your old ones on it. It's just like, okay, so just deal with the internal storage. The internal storage is still shit. On the Switch, it's 32 gigabytes. On the Switch OLED, it's 64 gigabytes. On the Switch 2, it's 256 gigabytes. And then there's the Switch 2 Pro controller, which, last I checked, which was earlier today, is £80. Which is fucking ridiculous. The problem, more than anything else, and it was a problem with the Switch, and it remains a problem with the Switch 2, and it's worse because the Switch 2 is a separate system, is the Switch 1 required you to buy a Switch, and then to comfortably play the Switch, you had to buy multiple additional things. The Switch 2 does that again. And I think that's the single biggest problem with the whole idea. Again. The Steam Deck getting a price increase, I don't think necessarily makes the Switch look more appealing. It makes the Steam Deck look less appealing. I don't think it makes the Switch 2 look more appealing. What is poisoning me here? Swamp water? Switch 1 hardware is fine for what it is. I think if you're after getting like the best AAA games, you're in the wrong place. But people bought a Switch, mostly knowing what a Switch is and what a Switch can do, I think. And it's something I've spoken about recently again. I think there's the whole thing of stuff like when Bayonetta 3 came out, and Bayonetta 3 looks ugly. It looks uglier than Bayonetta 2, it looks uglier than Astral Chain, and it's got frame rate issues. And the response to that from like the game journalism was the Switch is holding back the game. Which is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard when it's a game designed for that particular piece of hardware. I think it's impressive what people who actually put the effort into it could get out of the Switch. It does depend on game developers, and I don't think the game developers should be forgiven so easily for it. I don't think the game developer's doing a poor job of making the game run on the system it's developed for should be blamed on the system itself. Because, like I say, Bayonetta 3, it's not a multi-platform game, it was developed for the Switch. And if you can't get it running properly on the Switch, downscale your game. Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, like, go back to Zelda. It is Unreal 5, yeah. With less of an excuse than Unreal 5. It's like Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Frame rate issues. It's running, as far as I'm aware, on the same engine that Link's Awakening Remake did, which had frame rate issues. And Echoes of Wisdom has frame rate issues again. And, like, I bring this up regularly enough. The Digital Foundry tech review, it used to be a thing of like, I would pay attention to Digital Foundry because they would do like good tech reviews of stuff like frame rate, performance, like why it may or may not work somewhat. And the Digital Foundry tech review of Echoes of Wisdom was garbage because they're talking about how it doesn't run that well, but it's okay because it will probably run on what was then the unannounced Switch 2. They're like, it'll probably run better on the Switch 2 when it comes out, and the Switch 2 hadn't even been announced yet. Which was fucking ridiculous. It's like, oh yeah, this game runs like shit on the hardware it's made for. Don't worry. Wait for the next console to come out and it'll probably run better there. The absolute nonsense forgiveness for that is stupid and it pisses me off. The Switch, when people like put the effort in on the Switch, I remember like Resident Evil 4 comes out on the Switch, and I have Resident Evil 4 on the Switch because I like Resident Evil 4. I'm not going to fucking apologise for liking Resident Evil 4. It's a great game. And the idea of playing it portable, very appealing to me. And it runs at docked. It runs at, I think, 900p. Not a full 1080. And they aim for it to be a 60 FPS game. It often stutters. It often doesn't hit. And people are like, oh, the Switch is such a weak system. It can't handle Resident Evil 4. It's like, this is a garbage-ass fucking port. For one, Resident Evil 4 didn't run at 60 to begin with. If they couldn't get the game running at 60 at 900p, if the smart thing would have been, you know what? Cap it at 30 like it originally ran at. But then you've got ports like Doom and Doom Eternal. Like, Doom Eternal on the Switch, it's not the best way to play Doom Eternal, because of course it isn't, but it's remarkable how well it performs. With dynamic resolution scaling and such, it's remarkable how well it performs and how playable it is. Yeah, I've seen the possibilities of it. I've got... At this point, I have 3 Switches. I have my original Switch, which is one of the original models that you can hack. I have a Switch Lite that I got cheap, because I bought it from a store I was working at the time. And the card reader... the cover for the card reader is busted. It doesn't close properly. So I got it with employee discount and then additional discount because of that. So I think I paid £80 for it. Good deal. Happy with it. And then, when I moved up in my current job to my current position, which was 2 years ago now, I think, I got myself a Switch OLED. The Mario Edition, which you just saw, and I got it with Super Mario Bros. Wonder and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake. So I've got the 3 Switches. My original Switch is one of the ones you can easily hack. And I have hacked it in the past, and I didn't feel like I got a whole lot of value out of it. Personally, I didn't feel that. So I reset it. I've hacked it and reset it like several times. A black knight. With a greatsword. But, like, getting back to the original point, like, the Switch, as it stood, hardware-wise, it wasn't the most powerful, but Nintendo had learned that competing in terms of power with the other console manufacturers was a waste of time. And they truly carved out their niche. You can argue whatever problems the Switch has as its own piece of hardware. Oh. But it's one of the best-selling systems ever, and it's given Nintendo a lot of market presence. It was exactly what they needed after the failure of the Wii U. What were we originally talking about? I don't know. I don't think the Switch 2 is worth buying. Yeah, I could argue with that. I think the only value in buying a Switch 2 would be as an upgrade for Switch 1. In the same way, I think still the only value of a PS5 is as an upgrade to the PS4. Like, I've got my PS5, we're playing on my PS5 at the minute, here's my PS5. What the fuck is that? Oh, like... And I've played some PS5 games, but the majority of my PS5's time is spent playing PS4 games. And given that I never had a PS4 Pro, I use it kind of just to, like, as that step up. But I also bought it before the prices jumped up. And that's also another thing to consider with all of this. The way the prices of everything keeps jumping up. PS5 prices have increased. Switch 2 prices have increased. Which, when I saw the headline for that, it made me like, I was kind of like, what? Because Nintendo was like, we're going to be increasing the prices of the Switch 2, but to justify it, we're really going to knuckle down on the games. And it was like, that doesn't make any sense. One, the games aren't there already. You had this issue with the 3DS, and you responded to it by reducing the price of the 3DS. And apologising to everybody who bought a 3DS at the higher price and giving them free stuff. And two, like, oh yeah, we'll put games out on it. Cool, those games are still going to be like, what, $60, $70? In terms of PS5 games, like, let's take a look at this again. PS5 games I have currently installed. This is exclusive to PS5, this isn't, this is, this isn't, this isn't, this isn't, this is, this isn't, these two aren't, this isn't, this isn't. Ones I actually own. Not the ones that are on PS Plus. It isn't anymore. This was never worth buying on PC because it ran like fucking shit, but it doesn't run particularly well on PS5 either. This is on PC now. But it's like, what of these are exclusive to PS5? Like, this isn't anymore. A bunch of these are PS1 and PSP games. This isn't, this isn't. This isn't, this isn't. This isn't because they put it on PC. And Sony are like, we're not going to put out we're not going to put PS5 exclusives on PC anymore. So Spider-Man 2's on there, Wolverine won't be. Alright. And then we've got two here that aren't currently installed because it doesn't have a whole lot of storage space. God of War Ragnarok, not exclusive, it was on PS4 as well. And I have Alan Wake 2, which isn't exclusive either. And on my wish list, not exclusive, PS4, 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 That's not exclusive, but it's not on PS4. PS4. So yeah, here we are, like... It's crazy to think the PS5 has been out for...
Welcome, speak.
Was it 2020 or 2021? Like, at least 5 years.
Very well, then.
And it's still not really a system worth making the plunge for, and every time Sony increases the price of it, it becomes less valuable. If you understand what I'm saying? Like, it becomes less worth it. Well, I'm fortunate with this in that I purchased my PS5 during a Black Friday sale like 2-3 years ago now. So I didn't pay a huge amount for it, and I got it with the games that were on PS5 that I didn't own on PS4 or were exclusives that I was interested in. Well, there's the thing, like, it's not even that PC ports are coming 2 years later and nobody cares. It's that people are waiting for them. It's like, if you didn't have a PS5 and you wanted to play Spider-Man 2, you would have just waited for the PC release. So that's a sale of a PS5 they're not getting through the software. And so it's an interesting backpedal because it really seemed like the reason... Like, it started with Microsoft. Microsoft started putting their Xbox games onto PC as well. And then Sony also started doing it. And it really seemed like the reason for it was because game development costs are too high, and they cannot be recouped through single system exclusivity. And now Sony has turned right back around and said, we are not putting our games on PC anymore, which is fascinating, because it removes like a substantial market that they now will not be catering to, and so their software sales on PS5 will have to increase to justify it. Meanwhile, they're also increasing the price of PS5s as well. Like, if anything, like, okay, the cost of consoles increasing is a difficult thing to avoid. Even Valve has had to finally give in and increase the price of the Steam Deck. Because this whole AI bullshit that's driving RAM and storage prices through the roof. It's like, okay, so there's that. So you would think, okay, we're probably not going to get, because we have to increase the prices to continue making any kind of profit, we should spread out where our games are going to be so we have a wider market share. And Sony has decided to do the opposite of that. They've removed the market share they had to focus entirely on themselves. And I cannot see it working super well for them. Based on how we're going at the minute, like, if this AI bubble doesn't burst soon... Hey, Bug. If this AI bubble doesn't burst soon, the prices of all of them are going to have to end up being, like, stupid high. I think a new PS5 at the moment in America is, like, close to $700. Step up above from that, the PS6 would have to be over $1,000. But then consider what there is for this generation, like we were just talking about. Those returns are going to be even more diminished on a next generation. If things keep going how they are, there will not be any value in there being a PS6 or a new Xbox. Undeniably, Sony and Microsoft will push to have a PS6 and a new Xbox. But I think we may finally hit the point where those are the final consoles for at least a very long time, because there's just not enough value for them. Yeah, people aren't going to buy... It used to be a case of, like, you could buy a console for a single game, because the consoles weren't ridiculous. I bought my PS4 originally, specifically because I wanted to play Arkham Knight. Like, I'm not going to mince words about that. I wanted to play Arkham Knight. But I was aware that it had other games that I would want to play, and it wasn't super expensive. I bought PS4 at a point where it had gotten reasonably cheap. I paid probably less than £300 for it. New. Now, it is like, you can't have a single game you would want. Because the price of it, it's too much. And then we're still at the point where they're trying to push the price of games up as well. So the consoles are more expensive than ever, the games are more expensive than ever, and people have less money than ever before. And so I think more and more people are looking at their stuff and realizing, I'd like a PS5, but I do still have all of these PS4 games. Alright, we have an ad coming up. We have to run it, and I'm going to take this opportunity for a quick break for myself anyway. So we'll be right back after these messages. And we're back.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
Excellent. Ah. No, you know what? This way. Back this way. Hello, Clem. Yeah, going back to what we were talking about, though. If you already have a PS5, great. If you already have an Xbox Series, great. If you don't, every price increase is worth less and less. Because, like I say, 5-6 years into this generation, and there's still not a whole lot to justify it. And you can turn around and be like, oh yeah, but like, what about the PS5 versions of whatever? It's like in the PS5 section on my system, it's like, oh, I have the PS5 upgrade of like Resident Evil 7. And it's like, okay, is that really worth it over the PS4 version? I can tell you one thing, I didn't fucking pay for it. Fucking Christ.
No! No!
Like, okay, I bought this on disc. I bought this because I had PS4 Spider-Man, and I was like, looking at just doing it on PS4 again for stream. When we were doing Superhero Sundays. And I noticed there was a thing on the thing, like if I go into it. Why not have it installed anymore? Yeah, I noticed there was a thing, like, over here, like, upgrade. £5. I was like, alright. Even though I have it on PC, like, upgrade for £5, like, yeah, sure. What else do we have? I don't think this is on PS4. This I bought on disc. I bought the PS5 version on disc when I bought a PS5. I don't know if this has a PS4 version. I assume it does, but I just bought the PS5 version because I'm on PS5 now. This... I bought this, and I think I got the PS5 and PS4 versions at the same time. Beyond Good and Evil, I got the PS5 and the PS4 versions at the same time. I haven't paid anything for the PS5 version of Fallout 4. I just own Fallout 4 on PS4. Same with Dead by Daylight. I didn't even realize I owned Dead by Daylight. Or Subnautica. I think they were both PlayStation Plus games that I've somehow ended up owning. No Man's Sky on PS5 is... It's just there because I own it on PS4. And Resident Evil 7. So... Yeah, PS5 upgrades just there. I've never gone out my way for any of them, except Spider-Man. And that was because it was £5. It was like, yeah, why not? And there it is. And then I started up to check out a thought I had, and it's like, yes, I can get all of the trophies again. Which will be neat. It's another platinum. And I did it before, and like I wouldn't mind playing through Spider-Man again. I'm not going to do that. But it's fine, because the platinum here is just from all of this. So it's like, oh yeah, no, the PS5 upgrades, like, are they worth it? They shouldn't be. Maybe the game will perform better. Maybe it'll look better. Looking better won't actually mean anything to me. I'm playing on a 1080p monitor. But, oh, it'll be at like 4K or 1440. It's like, cool. I have the PS5 set to output at 1080 because that's what my display is. Yeah, like it should be a case of like the PS4 versions performed fine to begin with. Not like Nintendo where it's like, hey, now that the new console's out, if you fork us over a bit more money, we'll give you a version of this game you've purchased to play on this new system that will actually run properly. It's like Resident Evil 7 comes out on PS4 and I don't think it had frame rate issues. And if it did, they should have been minor. So a PS5 upgrade shouldn't add that much. Like, it should be maybe like a little bit smoother of a frame rate. Like, if there were any frame rate hiccups, they won't be there anymore. And again, like, maybe it'll look cleaner, but I'm on a 1080p monitor. Ain't gonna make any fucking difference to me. I think there's also a thing of like, is it even worth having anything above 1080p? Really? Was that the only survivor? Because, like, we go back to Jedi Survivor. And Jedi Survivor is one of those things of, like, what's your argument against 20 FPS? Yeah, do you think it's a separate argument, and it will get to it, or I'll get sidetracked? It's like Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor gives you the option of quality or performance. Those are the two modes they give you. And I think performance should always be the priority. I don't think it should be a case of, this will now run at a weaker frame rate so that you can have it at 1440 or 4K. It's like, no. It should run at a smooth and stable frame rate. But then Jedi Survivor's performance mode is, it locks the resolution at 1080 to give you a consistent 60 FPS. And like, for all of its technical problems, the performance mode does hold at 60 very reliably, which is surprising in and of itself. But because it's 1080p, well, oh yeah, you're sacrificing visual clarity. It's like, I'm not. I'm really not. I wouldn't get the enhanced resolution. So it doesn't matter. As far as frame rate goes, like, I do not care what the specific number is. I just think it should be consistent. I think the last time we spoke about this was during the Turbo Overkill playthrough, where I'm like, I will happily play a game at 30 FPS. I will happily play a game at 20. I do not give a fuck about 60. What I do care about is that the frame rate stays at whatever number it's supposed to be. Do things need to be at 120? No. I don't think things necessarily need to be at 60. That's a controversial opinion. Don't shut your mouth. I'm going to come down there and give you some fucking scream. You fucking come on. To that fact, human can't even perceive beyond. There's always the arguments people make against that, like, oh, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. I can see it, maybe you can't. It's like, there was absolutely a point where I could not perceive the difference between 30 and 60. And even now, like, I'm fine with stuff. Like, when we did Final Fantasy VII New Threat, and we did it with the 60 FPS mod, I wasn't noticing the difference. I didn't notice the difference in it until we'd finished that game, and then I played Final Fantasy VII again for myself on, like, the original PS1 version. I was like, oh, this is different, because it's 15 frames, it's a quarter. It reminds me of, like, complaints I saw when Final Fantasy X HD came out on PC. And there were complaints like, why is it at 30? It should be at 60. It's like, go fuck yourself. Did I come through this door? Thanks for joining us, Clem. You take care of yourself, buddy. I will kill the next boss in your name. I did come through this door. I don't know how I got turned around. But yeah, it goes back to, like, what I was saying about the Resident Evil 4 port on Switch earlier. Whereas, like, they've tried to have it set to 60 FPS. Like, the modern PC port, the PS4, the Xbox One ports. And it can't hold it. And I'm just like, why didn't you just cap it at 30? And people can be like, oh, but 60's better. It's like, one, it can't fucking hold 60. Two, the original game was 30. Three, even on the systems where it can hold 60, it doesn't do that consistently because it fucks other things up. It fucks up some of the QTEs. The barrel and box breaking animations are still at 30. The rifle reload animation is still at 30 because to put it higher breaks it, and when you see it, it's really fucking obvious and jarring. Did RE4 ever need to be at 60? No. It should be consistent before it's a higher number. Stream disconnected again. And give it a second to reconnect, then we'll go into what is probably a boss fight. There we go. Reconnected again. I don't like how little battery life modern controllers have. This controller was fully charged when I started. I know it was fully charged because I had to plug it in yesterday while we were streaming. And I kept it plugged in until I finished the stream, at which point it had been fully charged. And now here we are, less than 5 hours of playtime. And it's getting close to needing charging again. Well, he's dude size, so it's gotta be good. They're fighting each. I am genuinely surprised about how many dude-sized enemies in this game have been dual-wielding. There you go. Knew it was too fucking easy. They have red eyes, you don't. What is this? Oh no, there you go, you get red eyes. Not as obvious red eyes, though. And now the abyss overtakes you? That's not good. I think that's probably the most direct storytelling these games have ever had in any kind of like boss cutscene, or even just like any of the games. Like the because these are the guys who were in the Abyss in Dark Souls 1. And they're fighting the guys who are guarding the entrance to Farron's Keep. Those guys are called Abyss Watchers, and they're probably keeping the Abyss contained again and failing. Given that they're all killing each other, it's likely they're being corrupted one by one. Until they've all had to kill each other, at which point we enter and kill the last of them, and the Abyss overtakes them fully. And now that I think about it, those guys look like the guards of the Abyss that were in New Londo. These other guys look like, now that I think about it, the corrupted, those corrupted by the Abyss in Ulasil. Yeah, I was surprised when, like, I thought they were ganging up on me, and then they started fighting each other again. Here we go. So, to begin with, it gives the perception that they're fighting you. And as more of them come back, you realise they're not, they're fighting everything. Big worry here is even blocking this isn't going to do much good, even if I can tank the stamina lot, because I cannot fully resist fire. To the wire. Thanks, Kick. So the trouble to consider with Phase 2 is the fire lingers for longer than you think it will. Yeah, it's what I primarily do. Especially with how this game's been working out, I been mostly rolling into their attacks. Makes it easier to backstab them generally. Again, the concern there is the fire lingering. Plus, usually their attacks keep going forward after you've rolled through them. Wanted that hit to kill him. Yeah, we'll get it. I got close enough on the first try. And I was not knowing anything about it. I think I did worse on that second try on the first phase. Primarily, I'm rolling away when I need the distance to heal. Oh, I was muted. So far, yes. I've unlocked the Painted World of Arendelle. And the fact that the game warns you is like, this is going to be difficult. I'm like, yeah, I'll wait. This. I think there is generally a pride factor to conquering something that's considered to be like one of the harder parts of a hard game. But it's all gonna depend like how I feel as we get towards the later parts of this game. Because like I remember Dark Souls 2, I started pretty positively, and by like maybe midway through, I just wanted the game to end. They fucking bodied then. Well, going off Dark Souls 1, Artorias of the Abyss. Artorias is probably the best fight in the game. But then the rest of the DLC isn't really all that interesting. Like, Calamit's just not a fun boss. Manus isn't particularly fun to fight. And going through the caves under Ulasil just isn't really all that engaging. It's like, hey, here's the catacombs again. Well, like, here's the Tomb of the Giants, but it's not dark. And it's like, I can take or leave that. I think if they built up to Artorias, probably would have been better, because he is undeniably the standout of that. The Dark Wraith, that's what they're called. I've not done the Artorias the Abyss DLC since I streamed it in 2019. Which was my very first stream. Dark Souls. on Switch. Yeah, the Switch version. I played the Switch version. You know what? It's a good version. Alright. Focus up. And I love a boss that plays by the same rules as me. Yeah, the stream was Dark Souls Remastered on Switch. And I had fun with it at the time. Glad it wasn't my first playthrough, particularly given that it was my first stream. Why? Why would you do this? Feel good about yourself? Idiot. Yeah, crazy that was like 7 years ago. Hey, it's Flame. How you doing, Flame? You missed Clem. I saw good, you were ill. You doing any better? Did they give you anything for it? Well, the good news is, even though I've been gone for 5 hours, I intend to go for at least another hour. So you'll still get to hang out a bit. It'll be fantastic. Oof. So, Flame, have you done Dark Souls 3 before? 'Cause if you have, we're fighting the Abyss Watchers. Would not be wrong. Alright, focus on. Fuck. What have I done? You don't play the DLCs. Well, you still know more about it than I do, Flame. Right, take a swig, take a swig. Oh, fucking wonderful. That other one hadn't interrupted, would have had a much better shot at phase 2. Alright, thanks for popping in, Spunk. You have yourself a good night, buddy. You sleep well. I'm starting to get warm again. Oh yeah, is it the pricing in Argentina? And good news, Flame. I was looking into an issue I was having with Dark Souls 3 yesterday, and I found out that there is a mod for the PC version to fix it. There is a mod for the PC version of Dark Souls 3 that removes kicking altogether. Which is good, because kicking has been useful to me, I think, maybe once. And at no other period. Yeah, the best I think I've ever seen Dark Souls go on sale for is like 50%. I did end up buying the trilogy again on Steam. It might have been at a period where it did actually drop momentarily. Fuck! That was 17,000 fucking souls. Because this prick decided he wanted to turn around. I had 17,000 souls in that boss fight. Yeah, I've got them all. Remastered, Scholar the First. I think the only one I don't own is Original 2, which I don't care about. I have Prepare to Die edition, I have Remastered, I have Scholar the First Sin, I have 3. Sure why I have Scholar of the First Sin. It may be that I purchased it as a bundle, and I was able to get it like for money off because of that. Like I may have purchased the trilogy as a bundle and I was able to get it cheap because of that. That's the entire reason I own Command & Conquer 4. Because it was cheaper to buy the bundle that came with, what was it, 3? Kane's Wrath, Red Alert 3, Red Alert 3 Uprising, and 4. It was cheaper to buy the bundle that came with all that than it was to buy it all without 4. And that's the only reason I own Command & Conquer 4. Yeah, nothing good ever lasts forever, though. That's the problem. Not when it can be worse. Not when it can be worse. Yeah, I don't like that they don't flinch. Alright, focus up. I don't like the way the second phase starts, where the boss is always in that specific point regardless of where you are. And also your camera remains locked to where it was before the second phase started. So it's very easy, like we saw in the last try, for you to get blindsided by this transformation. It's not enough to dodge the attack, you have to then be outside the lingering effect, which means your iframes from your dodge roll are not good enough. Yeah. Well, if I don't beat the boss this try, I'll have to run this next ad. I think overall I am generally enjoying this more than Dark Souls 2. I'm hesitant to like really say that definitively, because that could very easily change. Oh, they're both alive. Great. But I think one thing that is like definitely true is I'm enjoying the environments more than Dark Souls 2. Sinking castle volcano on top of mill. That Dark Souls 2 environment? You know what? I'm being fucking stupid. I have an Estus shard I could use. Yeah, the Iron Keep. I remember there was a castle area, like, with a load of lava. I don't remember how it connected to anything else. And, like, there was the complaint that I had with Dark Souls 2 of feeling like you were spending, like, almost the entire game chasing the same goal, which I felt got kind of tedious, because it felt like even when you were making the progress and you were achieving these goals, it felt like you weren't really getting anywhere. And for the most part, that has been true of this so far too. Ah, the windmill, yes. But I think this has held out better so far, but we are what, 10 hours, less than 10 hours in? 13 hours in. So it's a lot better that way.
I should speak thy
But it could very quickly become not you I want to talk to.
farewell, maid of...
It could, like, very well end up being an exasperating issue later on anyway.
Ah, it is, wasn't it?
I had 2 Estus shards. Need 2 more Twinkling Titanites for that. Significant upgrade, though, when I get it. Oh, I have coal for you.
Oh, my. This coal is from the Undead Legion, used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers. A fine prize. I'm honored to be endued with it. Now I'll be equipped to infuse special gems. Praise the gods, eh? Time to put this brawn to use. Well, well. What's the Undead Legion doing with a coal such as this? I'd heard one of the Crystal Sages had sided with Farron's Abyss Watchers. I suppose it must be true. You should know, this coal is imbued with magic.
Dark Souls 2, like, I did Dark Souls 2 very early.
Hardly a surprise,
in,
is it?
like, my stream
I've never
history.
been one for books or wise men.
And like I confirmed it with Bane yesterday. Bane was right about when I did it. I thought I'd done it later than that. I started Dark Souls 2 in 2019, and I did Dark Souls 2 in 2019. So within my first year of streaming, and I disliked it so much that I have not played a Souls game all the way through since. I've tried. I tried to play through. I tried to play through Dark Souls 1. Yeah, there it is. What was that? 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours to fucking control my battery lasts. Garbage. I tried to play through Dark Souls 1 since, and I got to the second half of the game and just was not enjoying it.
Ah. Ashen One. Oh.
I've played Code Vein since then on stream. That would be before you joined the stream. And I did quite enjoy Code Vein for the most part. But I am generally against how pervasive Souls-like idea has become in various areas, especially in Metroidvanias. I'm so tired of Metroidvania that seems interesting being a Souls-like. But we have to run this ad though, so we're going to run this ad and then we're back. And we'll deal with the Abyss Watchers. In Mortal Kombat. And we're back.
I can't watch this! Hey, everybody, I can't watch this!
Yeah, probably gonna go badly again. I feel like it's always the way with these bosses, of like, you do well on your first run, but you don't make it. And then you will now spend like 10 more attempts on this. But like, if you do poorly on your first run, I feel like the curse of you then do better. I do think monster infighting is a fascinating thing to see in the Souls games. Because, like, there's definitely been occasions where monsters have hit each other. Oh, hey, the Dark Wraith lost this time. Good. There's definitely been occasions where monsters have hit each other previously, but it's always been accidental, and they've always still been focused on you. And in this, seeing monsters actually focusing on killing each other is kind of fascinating. That's considerably hit. I have Lothric anything else? No. Alright, here we go again.
That's disgusting.
It sure is. Whoa. For it. We just have our fight now. turn. Got some good hits. Ow! I'd move that sound clip. If they could more reliably kill the Dark Wraiths, I'd appreciate it. I have so many of these dark armors to sell by the time I'm done with this. I'm gonna wear them because they're worse in almost every capacity than the armor I'm wearing. Yep. Well, we had a run a minute ago. It might have been the last run, might have been the run before, where the Dark Wraiths died. The Dark Wraiths lost the fight. But yeah, generally they are just annoying. Cool. There's several issues I'm having with this fight. One is getting the space to heal. One is dealing with this motherfucker, who decides, oh, I'm special, I need to be involved in the fight as well. And then getting past that, dealing with the fire. Why are you all attacking me? And now I get like maybe 20 seconds of breathing room. Wish I was that fancy. So I can't just dash straight back up there, because those guys are fast enough they'll hit me on, at best, they'll hit me as I'm going through the fog wall. And it's not going to be any faster killing the Dark Wraiths and then killing them than it will be just letting them kill each other. I end up with the souls anyway. The fire's an issue. I don't have anything I can use to fully negate the fire. So even blocking, I'm taking damage. 53. That's way too heavy. Yeah, so like this that I'm currently using is my best shield. No, there's another guy here. There's another guy there, and there's one more up there. But the big issue is one of the Dark Wraiths is weird about its aggro. Like, I stood a little outside of that doorway earlier, and he aggroed to me from the path. Right. One's at full health. Like, one of the biggest issues I'm having with this is they don't flinch. All those souls lost for a second time. You know what, fuck it, what do we have to lose now? Let's just run through them. See if it does us anything. Yeah, I've stood here and one of them is aggroed to me before. I did a little bit of dabbling with parrying early in the game to try and, like, learn it in this, because I got really good at parrying in Dark Souls 1, and I never figured out the timing for it in Dark Souls 2. Do the fucking riposte then. Two parries, one riposte. Hmm. Parrying the boss there is a nice idea, but it's impractical when you're dealing with another enemy who is also just as fast. I also think, like, as far as the dark rates go, it's ridiculous that I can stagger this boss, but the dark rates can't be staggered. Unfortunately, the logical endpoint of that is that isn't that the dark rates should be staggered, it's that these guys shouldn't be staggerable. But Flame, I'm a simple man, I hit things with stick. Really? Really? But, like, hitting them with a crit, I don't like to rely on crits because of the unreliability of chance. And so, like, to get reliable crits, I need to be regularly parrying, which is difficult enough. Or I'd need to be regularly backstabbing, which also isn't happening. Another part of the trouble with that idea, Flame, is I'm not consistent in getting backstabs. The trouble there was, like, hit. But 2 of those hits, at least, were the lingering effects of the flame. So he's hit me with the sword, but because of how close I am, the fire effect has spawned behind me. And it lingers and hits me in the back twice. And I'm dead. The fire is the big problem with that second phase. And again, we circle back around to the big surprise I've had with this game. Stability doesn't feel particularly good. It feels like... What's the stability on my shield right now? 54. Is it the highest I've got? 56, but not complete guard. 7. A little bit heavier. Slightly less fire. Maybe I'll put that on. 50, 66, but I can't even physically hold it. 48, 45. So I can get myself an extra 3 points of stability. Now, for those who don't know, stability of player defense. Higher the value, smaller amount of stamina consumed when guarding attacks. It feels like stability is not high enough generally. It feels like every time I block an attack, even off regular enemies, it's taking off like... usually a half of my stamina bar. Which makes blocking incredibly impractical. I've had more defense breaks in this game than I think any of the other Dark Souls games playthroughs combined, where my stamina has run low enough to be emptied by being hit. And then my guard breaks and I'm stunned. I can't dodge because I don't have any stamina. I can't move because I'm stunned. I've had that happen more in this playthrough than I have in like probably every other Dark Souls playthrough I've done combined. And it's wild. Which is why I'm dodging so much. But then when your enemy is doing like a streak of like combos that last 4 or 5 hits and hit so fucking widely, like it feels kind of like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Let me try something dangerous. The Grass Crest Shield. Grasscrest Shield doesn't offer complete physical protection. Any hit I take from it, like while guarding, will do damage. It's less damage than taking the full hit. Fuck off. It's less damage than taking the full hit. The trade-off for it is Grasscrest Shield boosts stamina regeneration. And especially here, where I can't block a hit properly anyway, and I'm having to do a lot of rolling, I might as well just have the Grasscrest Shield. Supposed to roll under and you fucking idiot. It got too close there. A lot of time it got too close. Even with the Grasscrest Shield boosting stamina regeneration, that got very close to just me being fucked. A win is a win, yeah, and it wasn't done through cheap anything. I threw the firebomb mostly as a fuck you. I expected it to do a little damage, it didn't do any damage. Didn't really matter.
Welcome her speak. Very well then taken.
Let these souls withdraw.
Not having to resort to anything cheap to win is a win, I think.
Welcome us. Very well then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
Okay, we can make 6 hits.
Welcome us. Very then taken.
We've done Crystal Sage. And Beacons of the Deep. Thinking Disciples, it's Beacons. Haven't killed a tree.
Farewell, Ashen One. May the...
Yes. Cathedral of the Deep. Because I went to the Cathedral first. I went through Crucifixion Woods, through the Crystal Sage, and ended up at the Cathedral of the Deep. And then did it and was like, well, where to now? I guess I better go back here and see if there was anything past the crabs. And there was. And that's led us here. Alright, let's see if there's anything else here. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Thought I'd interact with the chalice and it'd lead me to something else. Yeah, I appreciate that, Flame. Like, the less you suggest, generally, the better for me. Because I do want to do this as blind as possible. Make my own mistakes. Ideally make for a more interesting viewing experience. Skeletons. That's interesting. I expected this to be a Catacombs from Dark Souls 1 situation where they'll keep coming back as long as there's a something around. Necromancer in Dark Souls 1, whatever in this. No, it died twice and then stayed dead. The important thing is that, unlike the Tomb of the Giants, we can see her. That was fancy, but it was stupid. You do that. Yeah, if you had a weapon, the right kind of weapon, in Dark Souls 1, they would stay dead even if you didn't kill the Necromancer. Which was how I went through it the first time. I was lucky enough to end up with a Silver Knight Lance, which I quite liked, and I'd been using as a progression from the halberd I had. Fuck. And so when I went into the catacombs, I didn't even realise. Skeletons just stayed dead. It wasn't until my next playthrough that I realised it was because of the Silver Knight Lance. Was it Lance? Was it the sword? I forget. One of them. I don't think I've ever realised that. Traps. The first skeleton came back to life once, It's not come back to life since, and none of the others have come back to life. Don't know why. It concerns me. That doesn't look like a regular skeleton. It's got the red glow. It's got a shuttle. Away. You a distraction? No? Surprised. Should skeletons be this acrobatic? In my 17-part series, we'll discuss this. Kind of wasted your opportunity there, pal. But nobody expected him to ever get anywhere. Epic in life and death. I have run across a mimic. I've met my first mimic of the game. It didn't catch me off guard because I felt it was kind of obvious. It's like, oh, here's a chest in a very prominent place. Okay. Let me just double check it. I would have double checked it anyway because, like, I'm suspicious of all of this now, and I think you only have to be got by a mimic once to be suspicious of every chest you ever see. So I checked it, and the chain seemed a little odd, partly because it was clipping through the floor. But then I'm watching it, and it's also clearly breathing. So gave itself away. Oh, this is where I started. See, there I tried to do the kick and it just didn't happen. I think we'll reach the next bonfire and we'll call it. Even though the game started me with 3 Estus, like now that I'm at 9 Estus, having worked my way up there, faster than I expected, honestly. Yep, fucking knew it. I could hear something behind me. Gotta move faster. Yeah, like being at 9 Estus, plus how much the Estus refill, plus I have this ring that increases how much they refill. Like, I feel like I'm getting further into generally, like, whatever area with less Estus than I would in Dark Souls 1. Possibly because, like I said, I think starting with the 3 has really conditioned me to make the most out of it. There it is. You guys are really easy to bait into being backstabbed. Aren't you lucky? Lucky, but not smart. That was just stupid. You just stabbed me with a knife. Alright. I think it's a little fascinating how many of these skeletons are incomplete. These two are missing an arm each. They fought one before that was missing a head. Yeah. Missing his dick. Good work, everybody. Out of all of you. Not you. You've clearly forgotten you were in the middle of a fight. Stupid. Didn't go down there. There are my souls. Trap above. I don't think I hit a pressure plate, which means it's manually activated. Go. I don't understand why this series has jumping. Because it's never worked. Okay. I feel like a parry riposte is less impressive if it doesn't kill the enemy. Motherfuckers. A curved sword. Curved greatsword. 22 decks. Those skeletons are clearly conscious. If I go down there, it's going to turn and chase me, isn't it? I'm uncomfortable with a lot of this. Okay, it hasn't. Okay. You fucking mind, you prick. don't like how much of this is built into the shape of a track. That ball could absolutely chase me down. I don't like any of that. Yep, there it is. Pressure plate. Destroyed all of them across that entire line. Devious. Very devious. You're right, Bane, it is. Hmm. Plug him in, Bane. Maybe the capture card finally had enough. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so what happened is I ended up going down. And was killed by a trap. I really just want to get to the next bonfire and then call it. This fucking place. Skeletons again. These guys really do just leave themselves open to backstabs. How you doing, Ben? You been enjoying the stream? That's right, I can backstab you even if you're on the floor. Another 5. You think so? I thought I did quite poorly. Did well in the first run and then just took way too long to actually win the fight. Alright. Deal with this. You know, that never crossed my mind. Probably should have. Would have made things a lot easier. Probably wouldn't have lost a lot of souls twice. Probably would have saved me a lot of trouble. I didn't think about using a summon. Didn't, like, it never crossed my mind once. I did think about the possibility of, like, use an ember to get more health. Maybe that'll be a good idea. At no point was I like, oh yeah, I could use that to summon. I'd forgotten that was a thing. Fucking Chuckle Brothers over here. In the Cathedral of the Deep, did you try fighting the giant? Was that trouble? Alright. An eye on the stream. Well, yeah. You fell off the roof beams. God. If that hasn't happened to all of us. I feel paranoid with this thing, because I swear I've seen a video at some point of, like, a meme video of Dark Souls, where there's a bonfire right there. Damn. Where somebody sidesteps this, and then it turns and starts chasing them. And so I'm really paranoid that he's going to start following me down these corridors. Oh, need you. Which ones are the thralls? Don't really remember or know a lot of the names. I'd forgotten what the Dark Wraiths were called until the game was like, Dark Wraiths. Move away from the pottery, please. Hooded masks, hooded masks. Oh. The pointy hat ones, the ones that sit on the walls and the ceilings. This is going to be really stupid. It's these pots, right, okay. Obscures rolling? Doesn't seem all that useful, but a dex boost is better than anything else I have at the minute. Come on. Thanks, Kip. Once again, was trying to do the kick earlier, several times, against one of the guys with the shield. Did it come out? Why? Oh, be a dick. Oh, can we do something? Nice. Fucking. Well, that's definitely all the time we have today. Because I don't have enough snoozes left, and I'm not running another ad just to run to the next bonfire. I tried. I tried to get to the next bonfire. It seems like I'm frustrated. It's the experience of playing Dark Souls. I know exactly what I was getting in for when I started this. But we've made progress, made good progress today. We killed 2 bosses, I think. Kind of surprised how few and far between the bosses have been. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to being in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Spunk, Bug, Flame, Bane. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Dark Souls will continue. As I say, it seems like I'm frustrated, and it's Dark Souls frustration if you play Dark Souls. It's not the same kind of frustration as get with like other stuff. You know, I knew exactly what I was doing when I was started this. And it's not the same kind of bullshit as like when the kick fucked me over and caused me to lose a significant number of souls. That was bullshit. Though I will admit the camera there was a problem. One day FromSoft will develop a camera for a game like this that isn't garbage. But it isn't Dark Souls 3, it wasn't Sekiro. Maybe it was Armored Core 5, who knows? Armored Core 6, who knows? But yeah, let's have one more sound alert.
Time, monster!
My sentiments exactly. Teak is, I think, playing more Super Mario 64 tonight, so if anybody wants to check out Teak, recommend. If you want to keep watching on Twitch. Saying that suggests that he is live doing it now. He is not. However, a friend of the stream, Lino, he is currently live, playing through Ocarina of Time. Gotta spell his new name right. There we go. Playing through Ocarina of Time. He's doing the Ship of Arcanian PC port. And if you go in, he's set up options for you to mess with him while he plays the game. You can spawn stuff into the game to mess with him. I did it a little bit on Monday. It was quite fun. Lena's super cool people. Definitely recommend checking him out if you want to keep on watching somebody on Twitch. But yeah, that is pretty much it. So, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.